Hey yo, bruh. Are you serious? Okay.
The last piece of that accursed blade. Now, get back to Ulthane and finish this business.
Yeah. Okay, that's enough. Can't say I've seen that one before. Damn. I had to do it. I had to do it.
The better.
What the fuck? Lame. Yep. Everything is fine. Everything is as it should be. Batman, what are you doing?
Fear this, fear that. Jinx, I wish Scarecrow would just tell a joke.
Where did he go? He threw that motherfucker off the building. That's rude. That is not... That violates your everything. You lying sack of shit. I forgot what I was doing there for a second.
Nice. I've told Pickle you're coming. Just go meet him.
What?
Back into the fray, soldier. Double time.
Over there!
What are you doing? Bruh. Bruh, I need to talk to you. Stop. Oh my god. It really was. Can't say I've ever seen this happen before. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, what the hell? Huh. So the last few times that we've been live, I say few, probably just the last two. Anyways, the last couple of times we've been live, my ears have been giving me a lot of trouble. And I think that it's because of... Wait, these are only $9, but look at how thin that clip is. What is this shit? This looks like a solid piece. And it's $45. This guy looks very concerned. Like he's got his headphones on and he sees something that he is unhappy about. Marketing imagery, bruh. I just don't even know what to say about some of this stuff. But yeah, like we've got this one, right? And I don't even see the price for this actual set. I see this like personalized for $10 shit, but I don't see the price of this thing itself, whereas oh, here it is, $25. Alright. Whereas these I am fairly certain these are the actual headphones that you've seen me use on stream. I like the ear clips. I like the little hook that goes behind the ears. In fact, like you can see I've got the same kind of thing going on right now. What I think is going on is that this part is just like metal. It's just like that's where the audio is coming from, is just like a lightweight metal. And I think that metal is like irritating the inside of my ear. Honestly, if I was going to guess, like this is the most expensive one. And like my biggest concern with this, like this doesn't look horrifying, but like one thing that like does it, because like okay, these like they flex. Yeah, you see like right here you can see like there's a hinge where the plastic goes, and like so like if you've got your headphones on you can like lift them up like that, and sometimes that's cool because like you'll get a little, because like your ear itches sometimes regardless of like, you know, whether or not the headphone is irritating. So like you'd have it on and you, like I'd get an itch and I'd just be like whack, scratch, and like that's nice and all. The trouble with these though is that like where these two bits of plastic meet, the friction inside of this housing, like either like I think that really what's happening is the resistance in this piece loosens up over time, and as a result it gets really loose and it likes to just kind of like move around on its own, because there's nothing holding it in place. And I'm not gonna lie, while I'm gaming, that's super distracting. I don't see a flex point on this. It looks like this is just solidly 100% the shape and size that it is, and if that's the case, that's probably not. I don't care about this. Realistically, I'm not an audiophile. If the thing conveys audio to my ears, we're good to go. All it has to do is not sound horrible. I genuinely cannot get over how distressed this fella looks. She's just having a normal day. This person could go either way, let's be real. whichever gender we're looking at here, this person's cute as hell. But like, neither of them look distressed. This dude's just listening to something. It looks like he's actually focused on what he's listening to. Normal everyday image, but like, why does this dude look so distressed? Okay, anyway, I gotta get over that. Alright, so I think it would be a good idea to purchase that. I'm gonna add this to cart. Wait, what was this? Okay, well there's a set. Nice. Wait, sign in, I ain't got no... I realize that this is like super fucking interesting. I know. And I don't even know our furniture dress. Is this a smart thing to do on stream? Probably not.
I'm saying 3, 2, 1, go! Pedal to the metal, laying rubber like an automo. Pushing on the throttle cause I'm burning something powerful. Fuel injection action from my femur to my collarbone. Gone in 60 seconds as I blasted through the danger zone. Double time and rhyming, stopping on a dime. When they wave the ticket,
Alright,
you know
I will
I'm
be
rocking
back.
my time.
Okay. To this.
Back up. There's no way through.
Okay. I got hit by the nothing.
Can't believe everyone's running scared. Gotham really went soft without Joker.
Okay. What? What? Bro. Okay, how many hands are over here now? Oh my god, that's a lot of hands. Oh man, I'm fucking dumb. Get over there. What? What? Alright, here's to hoping that nothing goes wrong. Anyways, let's get the game going.
Homeboy here's driving with the e-brake on.
Ah.
Get ready to enjoy the essence of my exhaust pipe, brother. Let's go.
You know, I still haven't played Spiritfarer. I definitely plan on it, I just haven't yet. Oh man. There we go. Yeah, so by the way, I think it was last stream that I mentioned, it was probably because there was some Batman music up or something. So last stream I mentioned that I was aware that Warner Brothers was basically looking for a buyer. And I stated that whether I continued to have Warner Brothers games in, you know, my music, my highlights, my backlog, and like my like that whether or not I continued to be willing to interact with those products depended wholesale on who actually does the buying. So apparently Netflix is buying it. Which is, by the way, something that a company that isn't profitable is capable of doing. Always hilarious to me when people buy that shit, like, oh, these companies aren't profitable. They don't actually make any money. Woe is them. Bitch, please. Anyways, moving past that. Morally speaking, Netflix is more of a mixed bag these days. And it's hard to say distinctively where they fall on that spectrum for me. Now, I know that there's, you know, people out there that just foo-foo having to think about this away with there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, which is, to me, something that, like, that is a lazy thing to say. That's something that makes it easy to just scoff away the idea of having to think about what you are and aren't supporting. Whereas, like, rationally, I know that there's no way to get it perfect, right? No matter where I put my money, there is going to be problems. But it's all about doing as little harm as I possibly can, and there are certain, like, corporate sins that I just can't abide by. Netflix is, and I know I'm saying this on an Amazon platform, I don't know where else I could take my streaming that wouldn't be as equally bad. Yeah. Anyways, it's complicated and all that, but like the TLDR is that for now, like I said, Netflix is a bit of a mixed bag. I know that they've done some really bad shit, but they've also recently made some interesting decisions that I quite like. I'm not going to get too in-depth on what those decisions were. I'm just saying, mixed bag. Except for now. I'm not removing those games and the content in relation to them from my setup. But we'll see how things progress over time, because that could always change. But genuinely, if there was a better place to take my streaming, I would be all over that shit. There was a crowd-funded attempt at putting together a new streaming platform that, like, what they wanted to do with it was just, oh god, it sounded amazing, Altair.tv, and unfortunately it just never managed to raise quite enough money to get off the ground. So it was like a certain point where they'd be able to launch, and then it would be able to generate money on its own, and that sounds great and everything, and then it just never was able to get to that point where it could work on its own. And I donated, what, like $300 to that? I got it all back, like, because they never made a threshold that led to operations, they sent all of it back. So I didn't lose anything except for potential. But no, yeah, that I would love if a decent rival to Twitch ever actually occurred. Man, before the worst that could possibly happen to it, i.e. being bought by Microsoft, or was it? Yeah, it was bought by Microsoft, and then I think after that bought by Facebook, but Mixer. Or I think at first it was Beam.pro, and then it became Mixer under Microsoft, and then it got further sold on to Facebook, and is essentially now Facebook Gaming. That shit is the worst. But like, back when it was its own thing, I was genuinely hoping that it would take over in this space. You know what the sad thing about it too is that Twitch is not good, and I think anybody in their right mind knows that Twitch is not good. But like, it's the only like viable game in the in this space. Like, the alternates right now are what, Kick and I don't even remember the name of the other one. That's how viable the other one is like true. I don't remember what it's called. I'd probably have to go through my Restream account to find out what it was called again. But like, Kick isn't any better, morally speaking, than fucking Twitch is. And for those that catch this on YouTube at some point, if anybody ever does, yes, I realize that there is some irony there as well. I can only do what I can do. Nice. By the way, the Koss headphone things at the beginning, hashtag non-spawn. I think the fact that, like, having to say that feels silly because, like, only a complete moron would look at the kinds of numbers that I post on streams and videos and think, oh yeah, this dude's got sponsors. But at the same time, like, honest to God, I would be the worst person to sponsor because I am a dog shit salesman. Like, I am the worst. Like, if I don't genuinely like the product, I am too honest. I'm definitely gonna, like, just start telling people, like, like, this is what a sponsorship for me would look like. It'd be like, yeah, and that is why I love the nut button. But really, all it does is it just plays nut when you push the button, and it's $15, and it might not be worth that much money. Like, I'm too honest. Like, if I think the product is dog shit, whether I've been paid to say that it's good or not is going to be irrelevant. I'm just gonna start telling people, like, so they've paid me to tell you that this product is really good. So this product is really good. Okay, but here's the truth, though. It's not. It sucks a bunch. Not good at what it does at all and costs too much. I remember, like, I had, there was somebody that I was quite close to once upon a time, who, she was Aussie, put up pretty good numbers on her stream, streaming, like, mostly, if not entirely, like, action games and shit like that. And, there were a couple of times when, like, she would ask my opinions on, like, sponsorship deals that she was being offered, like, whether I thought those were good ideas or good deals or you know, whatever the case may be. And I remember there was one particular one, and I think the product was called Oodies, and it's basically just a knockoff of the Snuggie. And, like, during that contract, she would have been unable to swear on stream. Like, not even just during the portions where talking about the product, like, she wouldn't be allowed to swear on stream at all. So again, Aussie. Not allowed to play gory or violent games on stream. Again, action game streamer. And this was the part that blew my mind the most in terms of restrictions. She would not be allowed to describe the product as comfy. What? The fuck kind of a restriction is that? I guess they want you to say the full word comfortable. Like, I don't think they have any idea what, like, what like the atmosphere is like on Twitch, man, because nobody is going out of their way to say comfortable. They're gonna say comfy. I say no one. The vast majority are going to say comfy. But like that, on top of those like asinine restrictions, because like, bro, if you're that scared about your brand's appearance, you're not gonna make it. Like, you're already like way too paranoid. The silliest part of it though is that she would not have even been like paid for that. The only benefit they were willing to offer her was a free hoodie. And again, you know, okay, I'm not necessarily casting shade on hoodie, because I think it was that brand, and if it wasn't that, then I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it was them. But don't take that as, like, absolute fact. But, like, that was, like, the worst sponsorship deal I had ever heard of. That's like, to me, that doesn't even sound like a sponsorship deal. That borderline sounds like slave labor. Like, you will do exactly as we like and you will receive fuck all for it. Sign on the dotted line immediately. Jesus Christ. And I think, like, if she had never gotten a sponsorship before that, which, by the way, she like, early into knowing her, she already had a sponsorship with, like, an energy drink mix. I think it was called Wraith. Again, bad with names, I could be wrong. But, like, I could see how, like, you know, if you'd never gotten a sponsorship with any products before, and, like, even if the deal sounded really hot garbage, you'd be like, whoa. But, like, I got offered a sponsorship, and that's pretty sick, and I don't want to fuck this up, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know, maybe. But even then, like, I think if I got offered that sponsorship right now, I would still be like, wow, that's horseshit. I don't want this. Though I do remember that point in time when, like, even no number of streamers like myself were getting, like, sponsorship offers from fucking Raid Shadow Legends. Those offers were, like, not much better than we've been trying to reach you regarding your car's extended warranty. Anyways, back to the original point. I'm only a good quote-unquote salesman if I actually love the product, and at which point it almost makes no sense to pay me, like, to be a spokesperson for the product, because there's a really high chance I am already singing its praises. Because I hate most things, but when I find something that I genuinely like, I go and I sing its praises at people, like, oh my god, y'all should play Wavetail, that game was fucking amazing, or Say No More, or Rainbreaker. Like, at this point, I damn near could just be a Thunderful Publishing spokesperson, because almost all the games that I've played from them have been bangers. But I could just see, like, well, we're paying you now, so you should say that all of them have been bangers. And even then, I'd be like, nah, Source of Madness was trash. Source of Madness was so bad. Die! I do wonder how that relationship goes because, like Thunderful Publishing very much has a flavor. There is like a certain type of thing that gets published by them, so it's possible that like all of the games that they've published are actually like from in-house devs that go by different team names or some shit. Because like it seems a little too coincidental that like you know they all seem to have like the same like overall vibe. I don't even like that's not even the right way to put it. Because like they are very different games. But, like, they're all relatively short. They all, like, lean on the same type of charm, I guess. I don't really have a better way to put it. But, like, the vast majority of it, it feels very experimental, but, like, charming and silly. I don't know how to explain it. Okay, yeah, I don't have any space for this stuff coming up. Where is the nearest line? Ah, God damn it, it's so far away. Well... Thankfully... like, as far as it is, and it is far, thankfully, I can get to it from here. Would it have been, you know, I don't know. It probably would have been closer to go north. Bruh. I really genuinely wish I knew more about that soundtrack, because I've got like no actual metadata for it. Like as far as I can tell, the tracks don't even have names. But I had a similar trepidation with the Kuon soundtrack. But like, because like I was like, okay, well surely the titles for these songs are out there somewhere, and then it turns out like no, actually the composer literally didn't name these tracks. In his own shit, it's like tracks 1 through 13 or whatever the fuck. And yeah, my brain probably chose 13 because 13 is right there, I know. Fuck out of here. I can't imagine, like, maybe it's just a me thing, like, you know, maybe it makes more sense than I would assume. But, like, to me, that, I don't know, that almost feels like that person did not even give a damn about their own music in that project. Some kind of dissatisfaction with the project in general is how it feels. Because, like, I can't imagine, like, doing the work of composing music and then not even bothering to give that shit a name, bro. So this happens sometimes, and from what I understand, what's going on with these obsidian walls is that it's like information from the metropolis and the ocean sort of overlap. And as a result, we end up with sections where information for 2 different tiles end up in the same spot. In this case, actually probably 3 different tiles. Yo, what's up, Atlantean? How's it going? So what's gonna happen? You know, I kind of wonder if the Atlantean worm will still be in that exact spot when I reload. But, so what happens is I break a wall, and in theory, another wall's information is below that in the same spot. And because the game doesn't seem to have, like, like a genuinely solid way to, yeah, see, now it's just water. By the way, yeah, it did load in that same spot. It just got stuck too. But because it can't, like, consolidate, it's like, okay, well, you broke a wall and now there's a wall there. Wait, what? And then it just puts an obsidian wall there. But then, obviously, as you just saw, when you reload, there's no obsidian wall there. And I think it's because, like, the game checks for, like, I can only assume that the way that it generates the world knows there's not a valid reason for there to be an obsidian wall there, because obsidian walls only exist in as parts of certain objects. So since it doesn't see that object nearby, it doesn't keep the obsidian walls there. That's how I am interpreting the situation. And maybe I'm super wrong. I obviously didn't code this game. Regardless of, like, why it works, I'm not gonna lie, deeply appreciative that it doesn't just keep obsidian wall there. I'm very, very glad that it rehashes that information. And it's, you know, it may not even be that it's checking for valid placement of the obsidian wall. It might just be that, like, on reload, it sees that the original object is no longer there, i.e. the Metropolis wall, and it replaces it with the other object. In some cases that would be water. In some cases I've had it replace it with these with this kind of wall right here. I swear, when those fuckers spit bubbles at you, it is amazing how accurately those bubbles will stop. Like, right in the worst possible spot for them to stop. Without looking. DFO, right? Not DFO. This is what happens when you have 11 billion music track. It's not really 11 billion, it's like 2,500. But the point remains, I have so much music, it starts to get easier to cross them up with each other. I'm honestly kind of surprised I got there in time before it threw another one. That song seems a bit loud. trying to figure out the audio level. Oh, it is that. Okay, I don't know. Audio is so difficult to get right. Especially across 2,500 music tracks. Because some of these bastards are way too quiet, and some of them are not nearly loud enough. But those are both the same. Some of them are too quiet, some of them are too loud. Words are difficult. Bruh. Those guys, I don't give a shit if they make it to my home. You know what that did tell me, though, is we've got more mold dungeon to feck around with when I get up there. Though I probably should have expected that already. What To Love To was another one of those games that, I'll be honest, like when I went and checked it, I expected there to be quite a bit more like music on it that would be good for this playlist. But it turned out that like Noi To Love To, which by the way is Evolution backwards. You know, words backwards, clever. Anyways. Noi To Love To is a relatively simple game, and so it has a lot of, like, you know, track loops that are relatively short. And the stages are also relatively short, so I suppose design-wise there's not any, like, big expectations that you're going to be hearing any one track for a particularly long time. So a lot of it is either repetitive or too short. I have a minimum limit for this playlist is 1 minute and 15 seconds. I should probably have an upper limit too, but I guess on like some tracks warrant being long. I never started my timer. How long have we been at this? Almost an hour? Bad. I'll add an hour later. Or 45 minutes? I don't know. I can always look at the VOD and see how much time makes sense. Yo, this is Tiny. Let's just get you done. Do you find it odd, those tentacles they throw rocks, or I mean, potentially you could theorize a bit of coral. Whatever it is that it throws, I don't know why it makes like a squishy splat noise where it lands. One second. Like, it really does feel like my hotkey does both things. I mean, it does do both things at the same time, but it almost looks intentional when I do it like that, where I just left the map up and it went down and I hit the hotkey again. It felt like I just pulled something in my hand. That's no good. For a second I thought I saw an Octarine boulder over there, and yeah, I would have gone out of my way for that. That's the one boulder that I would still be like genuinely surprised to see. Or not just surprised, but like excited. Like for me, like boulder priority is this. Octarine is the top one. Not necessarily because I have like a great need for more Octarine, but because, like I mentioned in a previous stream, of all the metals that we have, that's the one that we have the least of. Is the amount that we have like desperately low? No, we're fine. We have probably more Octarine than we're ever gonna need, but I don't necessarily know that. There's always a possibility that some future update will add an Octarine need that I haven't yet planned for. I mean, we've got the upgrade table, and I do plan to max out, like, I plan to have one of every piece of equipment, at least one, and to have them all completely maxed out. That might be a little bit mad, but that is the plan, man. Which does mean that, like, as soon as I'm done, like, completely mapping things out, that is something that I could do in this game prior to the major update, is that I could work on maxing out everything that we have. And money is not an issue at all. And the reason I say money is not an issue at all is because we've got, like, that farming setup at home. And not only that, well, there's multiple different things that we've got going on at home that can be turned into money. For instance, the wood farm can create planks. Now those are, you know, only worth one apiece, but that's still money. But definitely the easiest way to just constantly make money is to, you know, grow food, cook food, sell. Now, if I wanted to be, like, lazy about it, then you could just sell the grown food. But, like, see, let's say that you've got, and I don't remember the numbers exactly, but let's say you've got the bomb pepper, and let's say the bomb pepper is worth 8. When you cook 2 bomb peppers together, typically what you're going to end up with is the value of the 2 foods plus 1. So instead of 16, you've got 17. You're like, well, 17 ain't worth giving a shit about. Just sell the food directly. And you would be correct, except for the possibility to get duplicates. anyways, basically the long and short of it is that there is always a way to min-max. There's always a way to like take simple processes in this game and make them, granted, more complicated, but also more valuable. Worth it, says I. Interesting. That definitely looks like a scene to me. Now, I've mentioned before that boulders aren't, like, octarine boulders are not typically within walls or anything, but I don't see one on the map, so there probably isn't one, but let's do what we're here to do. Ah, okay. Box. Not particularly interesting, but I mean, like, the area looks neat. That's honestly, I think, the biggest thing about themes is it's not even necessarily that it's like, oh, this area will be useful. It just, I think that there's like a minor twinge of excitement to me anyways, just seeing like this area is not like the other areas. Anyways, this track is called Sailing, and now I am sailing. I think I may have been in a boat when it started. Funny enough, at that moment I was just like thinking like, wow, sailing in Valheim sucked a bunch. Also, as pleasant as this music is, it doesn't play like the whole time that you're in a boat. In fact, it's a bit stingy with this track. It plays for an amount of time after you set sail, provided that it's daytime. And then it just eventually stops, and then, like, I think that there's an ocean theme. I might be wrong about that. It's... Look, I think the biggest issue really is that, like, being, like, on a boat for an extended amount of time is just so, like, agonizingly boring that it's easy to be like, I don't know, maybe it's playing music, but I've fallen asleep. Okay, let's get you started. But yeah, like the boulders that I'm the most excited by when I see them is Octorine, like I said, because that's the one we have the least of, and 10. And the biggest reason for 10 is because, well, it's the one that I logically make the most use of. Granted, I am in no way, shape, or form running shy on 10. So, I don't know. Realistically, there's not, like, a solid reason to give a shit either way. We have more metal than we need on all counts at the moment. Bruh. I did not recognize that necklace. It was probably a coral necklace. If I were to guess. But it may not have been. I don't know. Because I didn't recognize it. I'm not worried about it though. We will look at it when it gets home. Man, I really need to find the wires for my feckin' GameCube. I say that like there's a guarantee that they're still in our shit somewhere, but sadly, there's not. It's completely possible that we lost it in the hundreds of thousands of moves slight exaggeration. We have moved way too many times, though, and it is entirely possible that it's just gone, because moving does bad things to you. Like at our last apartment, I was like, I finally got to a portion of the backlog where it's like, okay, it's time to feck around with I think it was no, yeah, it was Harvest Moon Magical Melody. Like 100% that's what it was. And I spent like 2.5 hours looking for the cables. And for some people, 2.5 hours may not seem like a long time to be looking. We don't really have that much stuff. Well, I mean, is that necessarily true? I don't know. We don't have a lot of places that we keep stuff. Mostly just totes, and they're reasonably well organized. I did not mean to hit that. When I say reasonably well organized, what I mean is I still have the desire to just dump all of our totes and reorganize, because of course I do. Part of that, though, comes from like we've moved so many times, and we've kind of learned over time that it doesn't matter how well you plan things. Something is going to be disorganized, something is going to be a mess, something is going to get forgotten, something is going to get misplaced, things are going to get lost. And you're just going to have to figure that out later. As a result, we just sort of like lean whole hog into that and just be like, okay, let's just accept the failures that are going to happen, throw things wherever they need to go in order for us to simply go. And we will find that shit later. So there are definitely things that are in our totes, in the wrong place, disorganized, giant mess all over the place. I'll get to it eventually. Well, this is actually very convenient. Okay, I was about to say, as much as I love Museka, for some reason, not recognizing the track. And then I got to that part and I did. I don't remember the name of it though. What is this shit? Oh, Killer Breaks. Oh no, now I feel like a total jackass because I should definitely recognize Killer Breaks. I'm not worried about overflow from Scarlet at all. Like, the number of Scarlet boulders I'd have to find for that would be outrageous. It would be a crazy number of boulders I'd have to find in relatively rapid succession. First he got bubbled, and then he got hit in the face with a pickaxe. He just can't catch a break. Anyways, we're gonna have an awful lot of pretty quick stops on the line to drop excess inventory because we're at a spot where there is a healthy mix of both jungle and ocean. It's not like a whole hell of a lot of ocean, but I think I've also definitely mentioned before that jungle is far and away the most time-consuming to dig through. And it's because there tend to be like large chunks of just wall, just heaps and heaps of wall. Whereas, like, the desert in the ocean, like, the ocean is obvious. It has, like, big sections of just ocean where all I have to do is get on my boat and map that shit out and we're done. Call it a day. But here, like, even in the desert, there's large sections of just open space. In the jungle, there are sections of open space, but it's mostly just heaps and heaps of walls. I could see another person that's done a project like this though saying that they felt that the desert took the longest. If they were like if they were menaced by the enemies there and genuinely put off by them, I could see that being a big time sink, is just like dealing with enemies in the desert. I'm just gonna finish with the Ocean area. Outer Wild. I didn't remember that the track was called Outer Wilds, but... I really do need to finish that game someday. Which is something that I'm pretty sure I bring up literally every time one of the tracks from the game comes up. Which is not super often because I didn't have a lot of tracks that I kept, but still... Frick. I don't know why I'm even, like, messing around with that area. I'm not done down here yet. Get out of life. Hmm. The hell? Okay. Was that there and I just didn't realize it until it looked like it moved funny, or... Oh, whatever. Who cares? I think it's got to be a lighting thing, because it looked like it moved funny right there, too, to me. I'm just gonna, like, shrug and move on. I'd really like to focus on what I'm doing. Could y'all stop? Bro, a mole dungeon coming straight up to the edge of the ocean is just awesome. Because it's so stupid. Bruh. You know, I was sitting here thinking, this feels like final approach area, and then I look and it's last area. Literally called last area. Clever. Like, I wasn't accusing it of being like the final area as a name. I figured it, like, it just sounds like the climactic zone. Turns out. Yeah, this is the main west line, and the remainder of this dig is going to take like 11 billion years. In fact, I think almost all of this is like jungle. Like, I mean, you know, thankfully some of it is crystal, but yeah, pretty much all of the rest of this is jungle and like a small bit of desert. And crystal, of course. And jungle also means mold dungeons, and unfortunately this like ladder stratosphere of, is that the right word? I don't know, this outside edge of the jungle is mold dungeon heavy. You know what I want to do? And like, I mean, if we finish this, you know, we're not gonna finish all of this section in this stream. There's no way. It's just gonna take too fucking long. But when I finish this section, this block, I think what I want to do is I want to properly, like, go ahead and go properly map the outline. God damn it! Now there is no ore commonly associated with these walls, so there's no reason to care about going after these with the pickaxe. This mold area is gonna be... I mean, it's always time consuming. It really doesn't matter what area I go to, it's going to be time consuming, but I genuinely really hate fecking around with the mold area. You know what? Shit. There we go. Should have had that done already. Hey. I think that, yeah, this is, well, no. This is not the area that I was thinking of. Okay. I don't know where the area I was thinking of is then. I feel like I remember that there was a spot where, like, the blue line cut right through a mold dungeon, leaving a relatively large chunk of it still around on the left. I thought that might be this area, but this doesn't look like what I'm talking about at all. I mean, yeah, the blue line is splitting a mold dungeon, but not a whole hell of a lot of it is on the right. Still remember exactly what I was told about this game. And the exact line was, music good, game bad. right. Hold on. I have a bad habit of forgetting shit. Yeah, I see you coming over here. Hold on. All right. Genuinely don't know why Discord was still set to stereo mix, given that, man, it's been a long time since I've utilized stereo mix. Oh, whoops. I think we're actually almost done with this mold shit. I say that, but like, yeah, that's not completely true because I gotta dig out all of the area to the east of it, which means that every few moments we're gonna get interrupted by dickheads from Mold Town. Bro, what the fuck? Damn it. Curse of Dirtness. Genuinely good game with, holy crap, lots of problems. That targeting and that camera are fucking dog shit. It's a good thing the rest of the game is fun. I'm not sure which boss fight this was. Legendary Belmondo? Never mind, it's probably the fight with, I can't remember his fucking first name. How embarrassing. How we love. I will be back. Hey.
What? What? Dude, Tap, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Dude, little Akai fucking deleted himself. What a start. What a fucking start, dude. We just got here. That's sadly really common for devs to have no idea how to play their own shit. Like, hell, the Killing Floor 2, what in the sweet motherfucking shit is happening? What in the hell?
Lovely.
Now we can't lower the Helios defenses. Let me think.
Weren't the claptraps more or less created by
My
Jack?
team's been down in R&D. We're bloody surrounded.
I'm inside
Sorry,
of you.
Gladstone, but I just had an idea. Vault Hunters, get to R&D and rescue Gladstone's team. They can hack those defenses for us and open up the way to the eye. God, I'm smart.
You're in the cunt in the ass and the fucking spurs.
Good.
Fucking stick it in.
Felt. How did you do that? You're kidding. What is happening? I feel like that's not how that should have gone at all.
Okay. Good. What is he doing? This is stupid. Yo, but it fucking worked. You know, there's no reason that that should have worked, right? Ah! Your timing on that comment could not have been better. Good. That's always appreciated. That. Okay. His noggin just got straight stuck on the wall. What?
This is bullshit. What the hell?
this guy. What's up, this guy? I can actually win in a DPS race. So get fucked.
That was fun.
Oh god. Ha! What's up? I slammed the shit out of his friends and he's like, oh yeah!
Hey, excuse me, sir. Okay. Okay.
Dude. Oh, man. Custom playlists, really? Yeah, that's fair. What? What? I wasn't in though. I was out. I did the there. So when I closed it, it saved the settings from that version. Hey, could you do an attack? Yo, the map is gone. That was... Oh man, that was so good. I'd really like it if they would actually more actively avoid holes. Like, you know, exactly the opposite of that. Dude, god damn it. What a disaster. Why?
Okay, so the game's not shy about letting you jump over ledges that are angled. Which is good. What the fuck? Alright. Okay. No, yeah, that's fine.
It's okay. We'll win this guy. Yeah? Guess I don't need one pick on anyone.
So, yeah, worth it. I'll say it definitely pays for itself the first few drinks.
You fucking asshole.
Let's just say when I'm out and about, I don't buy regular sodas anymore, unless I get one with like a meal. I almost always just go to a QT and pick. How much course do I have? I have so much course.
Bruh. Yeah, everything to the right is done. Yo, that is a tiny, 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 tiny crystal zone. The fuck? But yeah, honestly, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier with just like the jungle, Azios wilderness, rather, just being giant sections of wall. It's a hell of a lot more wall dense than the ocean and the desert. So we're coming up on another crystal zone. Also looks like a fairly small one. Yeah, it's definitely teeny tiny. Not surprised. whoops. Bitch. I don't know why I switched what I was using right there. That was dumb and unnecessary. It didn't make any sense at all. The fuck? Okay. I guess we're really not that far away from an actual, like, full-on crystal zone, but I'm not gonna lie, that was a little surprising. Sweet Jesus. Man, what the fuck? Okay. That was very curious indeed. That butterfly was the first one I swung at, but the last one I actually caught. I have officially stopped giving a shit about the animals. If they're in the way when I swing, fuck them. Bruh. Bruh. This son of a bitch, dude. Okay, yeah, good. Go away. I know I said a second ago I don't care, and like I don't, but at the same time, like, why are you going out of your way to die? I don't get it. But their movement suggests that they have a government led by the same dipshits we do. Know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. All of my non-viewers know exactly what I'm saying. God damn it. By the way, I don't make frequent references to how few viewers I have as like woe is me, pity me, I don't have any viewers. It's just, I know what the score is. I don't have any fucking viewers. Not whining, just acknowledging reality. God damn it, that's the last of the coffee. Now that I'll whine about. It's fine that I don't have any viewers, but I don't have any fucking coffee? Stack of shit! This is an outrage. That's not what I meant to do at all. The club, the page, lyric, rampage. Word up. Excuse me. I'm not about that life. Also, last stream I mentioned that Viv and I plan on doing a simul stream of Subnautica Below Zero this weekend. Right? This weekend for her, she's got a 5-day weekend, so we're good for that kind of thing all the way up through Tuesday. Having said that, today she, well, I say today, I guess it's yesterday at this point. I'm looking at 5 a.m. Yesterday, she felt like absolute shit and went to sleep early as a result. So I don't know if she will feel up to it. Here's to hoping. That yellow dot in the middle of that Sea of Black might be, though I doubt, might be a golden boulder. No, it's definitely not. It's just a plant. Yeah. I could tell because more of it didn't show up as I was passing the boundaries of that wall. So my mining setup has some ore detection through the walls. Yeah, whatever, piss off. Last little drizzle of coffee. Still have my other mug in here, and it's got a bit of water in it. So I have to go get more drink yet. Yeah, look at this section above me right now is almost certainly all just one giant chunk of wall. This is the Azios Wilderness experience right here. Yeah, just one fucking massive chunk of wall. And that's why this area takes so much longer to clear cut than the others. It's like here, it's not that there aren't open areas, it's just that this is the one biome where the open areas are less common. that section on the left is completely disconnected. Alright, I know how I'll handle it, but I mean, that's pretty shitty. Yep. Instead of eyes on the right, it's hunting me down, but it's gonna follow the path that I took. So yeah, the exact same path the last one took. They'll catch up eventually. I'm not worried about it though. Right now, the important question is, do I go ahead and get the last of the coffee in the pot? I cold brew, so it's not like, oh, I better drink it or it'll go bad. In fact, it's totally fine to save it for, hell, weeks at a time. But if I empty it, then I can start the process of making more, which is fairly easy to do. It's a bird, right? Yeah. Oops. Nope. I see that shit. Hell yeah. Damn it. Nah. I'm still thinking about getting the last of that coffee because I've got a problem. we're really still just not even that far away from the West Main. Oh, God, dude. God, this biome sucks. It sucks for this purpose. Honestly, like, when you're just, like, exploring the map, there's nothing wrong with the Azios Wilderness, but bruh. This looks like another giant, just like a dense wad of wall. This spot over here, this is the open area. Bird is right up on the wall. Okay, cool. It's weird having them actually walk away from a pickaxe to the face. Usually it seems to be the only thing that they want. Boy, it's a good thing it doesn't matter at all. One second. So we've been at this for... Now I know what the timer's set. But we've been at this for about 3 hours. Maybe more like 2:45. Well, that was a bit weird. It was like a loading hang, but I can't think of anything that would have been over here that suddenly needed to be loaded. Okay. Time to move across the way. And laser some dudes. Bish! You know, I'm starting to question whether or not I'm going to genuinely have the determination to get this clear cut by the time the update drops. I am genuinely losing determination right now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm mostly blaming Azios Wilderness and just the fucking fact that this place takes so long. Barely not close enough to that wall. I can't pretend that progress isn't being made, but I also can't pretend that it feels like I've made a whole lot of progress. And note that this is, as far as I know, as fast as... Oh, hold on. It's really not that much slower, though. Something, like, I feel like I should head back and... Yeah, I'm gonna head back. And get my shit reinforced. What are y'all doing? Also, I'm doing it this way mostly to check on the line. Jesus. Speaking of... Guys... Fuck's sake. Bruh. Yeah. Alright, well, hold on. Happens every time. I'll just go ahead and take this. Third. Oh, no, no, no. But yeah, at the very least, like, what I can tell you is we do not appear to be in a genuine overflow scenario. I mean, we've got that guy is completely empty. Nah, yeah, we're gonna be fine. Right, so this was the actual reason I was here. I'll just go west from here. I'll be honest, like, I've played me a decent amount of Final Fantasy X. I, honest to God, I have no idea where in the game this track would appear. Haven't the foggiest. I still don't know why, but every so often in my, like, normal movement, I'll just randomly have Flippery. I don't know. I don't know why. Bitch! Okay. Yeah, this is where we were. Honestly, I should probably go through all of my helms and see if I can find a, you know, something equivalent to or better than the Octarine helmet in terms of mining speed. It's like, I don't know. Probably not. In fact, let me do it the stupid way and just look through for Keeper. We'll just say armor. This isn't exactly separated in a way that's particularly helpful. What the fuck? Is it genuinely just that? Huh. Okay, no, yeah, that's probably as good as it gets. That's sad. I don't like that. I mean, it is what it is, but I don't like it. The Blood Rainbow Trail. That sounded. That sounds very much like some Guitar Freaks Gitadora. Actually, it sounds more Guitar Freaks than Gitadora, because, like, maybe this is the old man in me who I prefer how things was back in the old days, but, like, I genuinely think that the quality of music was higher back in the Guitar Freaks days over the Gitadora days. Guitar Freaks Drumania's music seemed to be more like there was more variety, whereas like while there's still a lot of bangers on Gitadora, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the instrumentalization sounds pretty similar. It's like it's the exact form of electric guitar over and over and over. Oops. This also kind of feels like racing music. Like I could totally see this track being on like the new Sonic Crossworlds racing game. I say new, it's not like new, but like it's the most recent one as far as I know, right? Did they make another one? I know we released this a few months ago. Asterisk, I don't know if it's only been a few months. But here's another one, fuck it. It genuinely sounds like something that Sega would do. Just be like, Hey, I see that shit. Where's the nearest line? What the heck? Okay. It's to the right. Okay. Oh, whoops. Like, it's not hard to imagine how this is gonna take shape, you know what I mean? Look, I've seen boulders side by side before, but I'm pretty sure this isn't a scene. It just happened. Yo, what's up, Phoenix? How's it going? Yes, you do. The way God intended. Damn it. I'm having problems. Oh, you haven't seen me play Core Keeper before? I mean, like, there's automation elements in it, but no. It's more of like a... It's more like an RPG, sort of. Like, it's got some, like, Minecraft elements, some Terraria elements. I'd even say it's got a little bit of, Stardew Valley in there. But, the meaning of the title, is that there is a big update showing up on January the 28th. So I decided that I wanted to completely clear-cut the map before that. So far, we've got this. And so, once I finish this section, we'll just have these sections on all the cardinal directions. At this point, I've pretty much done all of the RPG elements that are currently available. Like, all the bosses that exist, I've already taken them all down. We've more or less got all of the equipment that is available at this point. So yeah, there's really just not much left to do, which is why I've just decided to do this to kill time until the update drops. What have you been up to? Any new stories from uni? Preferably, the answer would be no, because that would mean that everything is going the way it should. And wouldn't that be novel? To have things just go the way they should. It is interesting that you dropped in right when I was putting together these two Scarlet boulders, though. That was interesting timing. Indeed. I usually have that kind of timing where I'll like show up to somebody's stream for the first time ever, and the first thing out of their mouth will either be dirty or will be something that could very easily be misconstrued as dirty. Which, I mean, is fine by me, but, like, man, it's weird that that's pretty much always my timing. Yeah. I'm backing up the menuing so hard right now. Get out of here. What? Bruh. Here lately, I found myself with the weird timing of, like, thinking, hey, it's been a long time since I thought about playing online game I used to care about quite a bit. And then I'll wind up checking in on them just to see, like, what's going on with those games, like, literally the week that it gets shut down. Which is very weird. Yo, same, like, I've been burned enough on the whole, like, you know, when whatever company it is that serves up the game that you're interested in, like, whenever they decide, yeah, we don't want to support this game anymore, all of your time and energy and all that work that you put into it just goes away. Switch gets turned off and years of your effort gone. And it's not like, I don't say that being, like, a disgruntled gamer, like, you should support this game forever, regardless of financials, but, like, I'm not dumb like that, but at the same time, There's that, I don't remember what it was called, but there is that push, for, like, game preservation that would, in theory, require companies to make offline versions of online games when they get shut down, and I gotta say, if that actually is a thing and that actually works out the way it sounds like it would, I'd be fucking down for some of that shit, because that would give me a reason to actually play some of these online games while they're still online games. I don't know how much of this I'm wording worth a damn. It feels like I'm not explaining myself very well. Well, I do believe that was the name of the campaign, but I'm pretty sure it turned into, like, a proper bill that has, like, since been a thing. Don't think it was... I don't... Like, it's obviously not a thing that happened here, though, because, like, that would mean, you know, new rules for companies, and you can't do that in the US. But I think it's a thing in the UK now. It's funny, though, how many people, like, don't understand why companies want to kill their old games. And it's like, it's for the simple fact that they don't want to have to compete with their own products. Like, they want to make new things of lesser quality, and they don't want you to be able to play their old things and see that they used to do things of higher quality. They want the new, lower quality to be the norm. No, damn it. Weird hitbox. Because if they have to compete with their own products, then people will get to a point to where they're like, not tricked by the fact that, oh, everything, like, this is new and shiny. They're gonna be like, yeah, but it sucks. Let's you and I go into business together, shall we? Research, yeah. I'm a very research-minded individual myself. Recently, I went on a bit of a tangent because, like, Viv and I just, like, watch YouTube videos at random in the Discord. And we ran across a video of, I think it was Uncle Roger, funny enough, doing a reaction to, like, this TV show about the world's, like, cheapest woman or some shit. And, like, there is a point in the episode where they were saying by using only one light bulb and taking it from room to room, she saves $60 monthly on her energy bill. And when I heard that and like genuinely took it in, I was like, no, she fucking doesn't. There's no way, because light bulbs don't take up that much energy. So then, you know, I'm a bit of a smartass, so I thought, I know exactly what I should do. I have electric meters, and I can actually measure that shit. And I can genuinely tell how wrong that claim is. Turns out, with our average kilowatt hour cost, which is around 20 cents, if you wanted to hit $60 in a month on just light bulbs, you'd have to have 48 plus LED light bulbs on 24 hours a day for the entire month. I did the math. I know what I'm talking about. Then, of course, being the smartass that I am, I didn't want to know just how much would that be in light bulb use. I've since started, like, measuring everything in the house. So, like, the Xbox Series X, if I left it on 24 hours a day playing YouTube videos, it would be about 12 and a quarter for 24 hours a day for an entire month. My entire computer setup, with the way that I routinely use it, which includes streaming, console use, capture card, all of this shit that I have plugged into this, all of it is like $17.50. Again, if it were in use 24 hours a day for a month. So that's just like random bits of research that I just put on myself because something sounds fishy. Dude, even when light bulbs were incandescents, like, okay, does an LED take considerably less power? Yeah, typically it's about 1/5 of the wattage for an LED. But even with incandescents, like I did the math on that too. And if you wanted to hit $60 in a month on just incandescent light bulbs, you'd have to have about 9 of them going 24 hours a day for the entire month. It's just, it doesn't... People that have, like, flipped balls because somebody left on a light just don't make any sense. They don't know what they're talking about. They're being sensationalist for no reason. So I don't know if this is the way they're measured in other countries, but here the way it's supposed to work is if you've got a 60-watt light bulb, then it's supposed to use 60 watts over the course of 1,000 hours. If it, like, whether or not it actually works out like that in real world use, I'm gonna say no, because I saw that. Give me that. Where's my fucking boat? Give me my boat. I'm gonna say it doesn't work like that because I've actually done the light bulb test across a number of different lamps, and what I can tell you is that every like thing that you screw a light bulb into, they're not all equal. They don't change drastically. There's not like a massive variance, but yeah, source has something to do with it for sure. LEDs here are 12. Incandescents were 60. And I say were because they've been outlawed essentially. No, yeah, if LEDs here were 60, that would be ridiculous. Oh, I also did the comparison to my e-bike because, like, and I think I've shown you that spreadsheet before where I actually like track how much recharge is on my e-bike and how much that literally costs in electricity based on our average energy bill per kilowatt hour. And it turns out I'd have to bike ride like 14,600 and some odd miles to reach $60 on that. And it's just like, bro, that's over 300 miles a day or some shit. Like, it's too much. Like, it's never gonna happen. And as is usual, like, your big energy stuff is going to be like AC if you have it, and the refrigerator, and heaven forbid a deep freeze if you're one of those households that has a deep freeze for some reason. But outside of those things, most stuff really just doesn't chew up that much electricity. Maybe microwaves, but that's not, like, you're not using a microwave 24 hours a day. That's something that you would use briefly and then not use anymore. Like, could you imagine just, like, having a microwave going all day? That sounds dangerous. But I do keep trying to find new things to measure with these electric meters, because, I don't know, I find it interesting. Since I started doing it, I may as well keep doing it. Also, I haven't been doing it with like any intention to like optimize our like the way that we handle our electricity. The truth is that our energy bill is never high enough to really worry about that. We've been lucky that way. So I'm just like collecting numbers out of curiosity. What, incandescence? Yeah. Rude. I got smacked. I really do need to explore more Nintendo 64 soundtracks. There's a lot of wacky shit on there. That and Dreamcast. Like, oh, hold on. I need to add that one now that I've thought of it. Hold on. I cannot believe it took me until just now to realize I should check out the soundtrack for Cannon Spike. I mean, I have Zombies Revenge listed in there, so why not? Okay, what we got?
You can't stop it. My weapon, you can't handle it. Yeah. My pride, no stopping it. My weapon, I like that's this. Right. In a world of hate with a twist of fate, survival come down to the moves you make. Filled with waste, this chaos face won't stop till this evil erase. On a mission with murderous tendencies, all I do is annihilate enemies. Ain't nothing left in the world for me, so I gotta take pride in my weaponry. All I got is raw hostility. I'm all alone, know my ability. Now see in the mind of a killer. See for yourself, let alone thriller. No fear of death, living like a warrior. You can bet that I'm coming.
What a natural transition from Play Fighter 63 and a third to feckin' Anarchy Reigns. But yeah, like the biggest difference that I've noticed between like the energy use of an LED light bulb in one source versus another is that right here, in fact, the stream is currently lit by the lamp that is kind of the anomaly. So we have like a lamp that's just a typical, like, you turn the little dial, it clicks twice and the light comes on. That's over a 24-hour period. If it was left on all day, that one's 1.24 kilowatt hours in a day. This one is the type of lamp where you turn the dial, it clicks immediately, and it's like how far you turn it determines how bright it is. So it's a lamp with a dimmer, and that means that it has a resistor inherently built into how it handles electricity. And this one's 1.47 kilowatt hours if left on for 24 hours straight. I presume that those patterns would hold true in other lamps that are, you know, made the same, or at least close enough. But we don't have like a whole lot of lamps to test with, otherwise I would have already. Because I'm a fucking nerd. I need to play me some more Dead Cells at some point. I fell off a bit kind of quickly, but it didn't help that I was able to complete the game on my first run. Same for Hades. Hades is really, really, really good, but there's a Hades-like that I recently got into called Rainbreaker. And Rainbreaker is like, it's the same type of content, less of it, but I don't know, it has its own kind of charming facets to it. But it has a really, really, really low review score on Steam because it features a strong woman with a lot of muscle. And, you know, a lot of dudes have micro penises and can't handle the idea of a strong woman. They're like, what? She has a muscle. She's probably a lesbian. It's like half of the negative reviews. It's really fucking sad. Basically. Like, this one review was this dude just went on a whole ass tirade about how Clef, the main character, is ugly, and that her being that strong was patently unrealistic. And like, you know, video games, that's where we go for things to be super realistic. But what's even more is like, okay, if you remember back when we were staying at the ESA, right? That like hotel more or less that we were living at. There was a girl that worked there who was teeny tiny. Like, she was like 5'1". Her name was Michelle. Her hobby is competition lifting. Her personal best is like 518 pounds. You would never know. Like, looking at this girl, she's really, really, really attractive. She's socially awkward. You would never know that if you pissed her off that she could javelin your ass down the hallway with 2 fingers. It's just, it's hilarious how people let, like, their preconceived notions of what people are capable of being, like, completely color how they see the world. It's just deeply, deeply, deeply sad. Anyway, game is good, and it has amazing fucking music. In fact, I feel the need put the theme song on after this track. There we go. I am sorry to hear that. What are the topics of focus? Why did I know you were gonna say statistics? No, yeah, of course statistics is gonna suck ass. I have never in my life seen statistics taught properly. Man, I had a lengthy conversation with Viv about how she was taught statistics once upon a time, and like just how asinine the way it was taught to her was. Probability calculation. Yeah, I can totally see why those classes would suck. Awesome. So is there not a mechanism by which you can be like, hey, seeing as how I'm paying for my schooling, is there any chance I could have a competent professor? I would prefer one that works in the real world, thanks. I genuinely think that that is the reason that this person should just be fired, like, entirely, like, completely out of hand. What the fuck? Go use the wrong answer machine for your fucking uni courses. Jesus Christ. Yo, you should bring in Exhibit A, all of that stuff about Grok talking about how, like, Elon Musk is a better athlete than LeBron James, and he's more fit than Billie Eilish, and that he'd own literally anybody in a drinking piss competition. And yes, Grok did give those answers. Someone was also able to prove that it would give a completely different answer based on who you say said the thing. Like, if you asked Grok, do you agree with this thing that Bill Gates said? And it would actually attempt to give a nuanced answer. And then if you asked it, what do you think about the exact same thing, but suggest that Elon Musk said it, and it would be like, oh no, yeah, of course. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Dude, AI chuds are the goddamn worst. Well, it's mostly because it's been manipulated by Elon Musk because he's got the tiniest dingle on the planet. So he has to have a robot jerk him off at every angle. But like, it's... We are going to see such incredible financial hardships in most areas of life because of all of this. And it's not even going to be something that works. Like, this is what's going to happen. Massive companies are going to go balls deep in the idea of automating as much of their shit as possible with quote-unquote AI. It's not going to turn out well. But in the meantime, lots of people are going to lose their jobs, and that is going to cannibalize itself because when large swathes of the population can't make money, no one is going to be available to buy these companies shit who are, at the same time, going balls deep in automation. Which is going to be, you know, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of dollars worth of going balls deep into a thing that is going to produce less interesting results, so people aren't going to react to it as much, and also make sure that no one can afford to even try. Massive companies are going to go under because of this, and then there's going to be like like the whole ship is going to have to be turned around on that. But in the meantime, everyone is going to fucking suffer. A stock market crash? That would be better than what I just said. Mostly because, for the most part, just the rich fuckers would actually suffer. But I don't have that much faith. It's hilarious to me that people that are like letting themselves be fooled into thinking that AI is at all competent, though. Like, people that I respect are letting themselves be fooled into thinking that, like, AI is way, way more competent than it is. And motherfuckers are talking about, like, AGI and super intelligences, and like, God, dude, y'all are so fucking embarrassing. Anyway, those classes would suck without a moron like that in charge, but no, yeah, you have my deepest sympathies. Like, I guess, like, the one good thing that's coming from people dumb enough to think that AI is gonna just take over everything is we've got some up-and-coming politicians that are actually talking about a universal basic income over here. Which should just be a thing everywhere. Anyways, I'm digging. Lots and lots and lots of digging. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get the rest of the coffee. They have been extremely funny, yes. Melting human faces, not knowing how many arms to give a person, or how many fingers a hand should have, or how to write words at all. Got so many examples going through my head, I don't remember that one specifically. Oh. Good. Yeah. Like, I've told people before, like, before we can, pretend to make an actual artificial intelligence, we would need to first understand what the nature of a thought is. Like, how does a thought work? How does a thought function mechanically? Until we understand that, there is literally not going to be any such thing as a genuine artificial intelligence. Anyways, going back to the statistics thing. Oh yeah, for sure. Correct. And, like, there's also the fact that there's a whole lot of shit that is in no way, shape, or form AI, not even by the ridiculous, like, misunderstanding of what an AI is that they're using. Like, for instance, there was this article I read at some point that's like, AI program used to track regional dialects in dolphins. Or dolphins, seals, it doesn't really matter. Sea creature. And I'm sitting here thinking, that's not new. The A, that's not new, and B, pattern recognition software is also not new. And it's also has fuck all to do with quote-unquote AI. Like, all of that shit is just, it's propaganda by the people that, like, that stand to benefit from people believing that AI is more capable and more powerful, and, like, they want to sell the mythos so that they can sell the product. Because outside of, unfortunately, and this is the grossest part, outside of military use, AI has been utterly utterly financially unprofitable. And they keep on just wanting to dump more and more and more money into it. Ruin more and more and more of our resources with it. God, I hate everything. Anyways, but yeah, so on the statistics topic, when Viv and I were, when we were talking about how she was taught statistics, like, I was talking to her about, like the way that, like, proper statistical research and analysis should happen IRL. And I was talking to her the importance of scrutinizing the accuracy of your data. And how you should never, ever, ever use dirty data. And she informed me, like, yeah, they didn't teach anything about that in her class. Like, literally nothing about making sure that you're not using whack data. Nothing. The fuck? You literally cannot come to a conclusion worth having unless you're making sure that you're using data that's A, relevant, B, accurate, and C, complete. What the fuck? How do you do this topic and never discuss that? I hate everything. Everything warrants being hated. But I was about to say to be fair, but not even that. The truth is that, like, pretty much all of math is taught about as poorly as it can possibly be taught in this country. I mean, we do have Common Core, after all, which is... what an agonizing topic. Brief aside on a more pleasant topic. Any chance that you're a Taskmaster fan? Taskmaster. Are you a fan of Taskmaster? My God, sir. All of it is available on the YouTubes for free. Served up by, thankfully, by the actual proper owners of it. It's a UK comedy show. Basic premise is they take 5 comedians and then give them absurd tasks to do, and then we just get to see the chaos that unfolds. It is amazingly low stress entertainment. Especially with how fucked up everything is these days, I couldn't recommend it enough. It has been like this show has genuinely been like necessary for my mental health. There's also New Zealand and Australian versions as well. There was briefly a US version, but it didn't do as well because, well, our country is just dumb. It's dumb. Whack board games. Bro, that is a wide category. It also sounds like a board games version of Defunct Land. Does that comparison check out? We haven't watched Defunct Land in kind of a while because it got to the point to where, you know, most of the stories were getting to the point of being a bit samey. And it was getting to be like a lot more like history lesson and a lot less here's this crazy shit about this specific ride. But it was a good time while we were into it, for sure. God damn it. You know, funny enough, Tapioca is doing a Xbox thing, and Roller Coaster Tycoon came up, and most of his community is aware that he's a denizen of the New Jersey. So, like, by the time I mentioned Action Park, he was like, bruh, like, so many people have already made the Action Park jokes. Like, I believe it. Like, funny enough, he's not totally hating the Roller Coaster Tycoon ride that he's on. Even though, like, I can tell you from looking at it, game's boring, and it's very, very, very slow paced. And like, completion of that game involves like doing, I think he said it was 89 different scenarios, and they seem to average out to about 3 hours a piece. So what he's doing is every Tuesday he's doing a scenario. And some of the shorter scenarios he'll do like more than one a day. Oh no. I literally cannot cross this area. I don't know why. There's another section of the map that's like this as well. But last time I tried to figure out where it was, I couldn't figure it out. Oh, it's right here. Let's reset it and see. It's like those spots have a wall coded into them that won't appear. What in the hell is going on? No, yeah, I can't cross these at all. Whatever, game. Try one more time and see if it just delayed. Nah. I don't know. No, I don't have that on me. I was gonna try digging out the floor with a shovel and see if that would do it. I'd be willing to bet there's going to be more of those. Yeah. Speaking of... I genuinely don't understand. Here, I'll put a question mark here as well. It's so weird. Like, of all the bugs in this game, like most of the errors that this game makes, I have some level of understanding of like what, how, and why. This right here, I have no idea. It looks like everything else is fine, but not this. It's just so weird. You got me. And I mean, shows what we know, considering that it did sell relatively well, apparently. But I don't get it. I don't believe Tapioca has had that issue. Oh, did he? Okay, well, never mind then. All I know is that he seemed to have it pretty well under control and I was watching, but yeah, same. It's not exactly our flavor, is it, that game? Yo, same, and I mean, like, it's hard for me to watch games that I think are just genuinely bad. Like, I think there's certain flavors of game bad that is entertaining to watch, but like a lot of the game bad that he's dealing with lately is just, it's one thing for the mechanics to be shit, like that Phantom Dust game that he was playing. It's like, yeah, the game looks like shit, but it also just looks fucking boring. Like, train wreck video games are fun to watch anyway. That Phantom Dust shit was just deeply, deeply, deeply uninteresting. But honestly, that's the reason that Tap said he was having a relatively good time with Roller Coaster Tycoon, is because like the last however many games he's played have all been just god awful. Which is, like, fair. I suppose a boring, slow-paced, comfy experience is better than just agony. He is honor bound to let me know when it's time for Blood Rain 2, though. I was like, he did Blood Rain 1 on the GameCube, which is like, who gives a shit? Blood Rain 1 is just an awful experience. I don't want to watch that. But Blood Rain 2 is a completely different awful experience that I do want to watch. I'm like, I want to be there for that whole thing. Like, most of the time when I find some, like, random other streamer streaming Blood Rain 2, usually they're just using cheat. Like, I've genuinely spotted, like, streamers in the wild using, like, God mode on Blood Rain 2, and it's just... Like, yeah, the game is difficult. It's, like, if you don't know what you're doing, it's pretty difficult. But, like, it's not that fucking bad, come on. Where's the nearest line? There it is, okay. At the same time, I really don't have any actual history with Xbox Classic. So yeah, I also just don't have a reason to watch. There's also the fact that like the motivation that I have to hang out with Pat because, you know, he's my homie. But he also, like, streams at points of the day where I usually have something else I really should be doing. Also, Muck 1000 is in there sometimes, and that's enough reason for me not to be there. Oops. Oops. You know what, game? I am also quite hungry. I think I'm gonna take myself a break and eat something here in a minute. Or maybe I should just duck out here and... maybe 20 minutes. I've been at this for about 5 hours, I think. Yeah, it's fair. Have a good one. Like I said, I was about to do the same. Yo, what is this? Like, that is easily the tiniest section of crystal I've ever seen in my life. I say as though, you know, Core Keeper has been a staple in my life since always. Clearly not the case, but like, seriously, what's with that fucking dinky tiny little crystal zone? Pretty sure I still have some breaded chicken available that I could bake. No. No shooting me allowed. Honestly, we're really not that far from the corner. Alright, well, I'm actually gonna call it here. Because I am actually getting very, very hungry. Let's see, usual question. Usual answer. Y'all have a good one.
He's on fire, so I, you know, help him out by whacking him with a wrench. I'll put it out. I'll put it out. Ah, there. No, you're fine. You're fine. No worries. You're good. You're welcome. Bye. That was a nice guy. I liked him. He's good people. The worst thing is like when you throw a bottle or whatever it is that you have and your target moves around a corner. If you've locked onto that target, the bottle will actually follow them. The problem with it is that it'll follow them to the point where that wall will actually be an obstruction when it should not have. What?
I got this.
Okay. What the fuck? Game, figure your shit out. I'm getting shot through the wall.
I got this, kid.
Alright. Wow. That is a special kind of getting fucked over. Oh look, I got fucked over so hard that the game needs to reload everything. $245. Whew.
Virgo.
Wait. Huh? Where the fuck am I? Did it checkpoint me after that segment? You know what, game well played. You've succeeded in confusing the shit out of me. I have no idea what's happening.